This is Jason Robinson from Illustration by Design. I'm a freelance graphic artist and illustrator. It is now, about 4:50 in the morning, Wednesday morning, and I am in the middle of drawing a commission for Nasser Rabadi. He asked me to do an illustration for him, and asked him what he wanted me to do, and he said he wasn't sure, so he asked me to choose. So what I'm drawing for him is Dr. Doom removing his mask. I did the penciling over the, actually mostly, I think earlier today or yesterday, and now I'm doing the inking. Got somewhat through the inking and decided, I'll start live streaming it. So might as well put it to good use. Anyway, that's what I'm doing now. So I'm just gonna keep on inking it. So if you're watching, hope you enjoy. And if this is your first time here or you're new, please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button and share it if you could. I'd appreciate it. I just gotta find my pens, at least the right ones. Let me put my good glasses on. Oh, there we are. Hey, I can see. Seeing is always important when you're drawing. Hey, Santa Raven, how you doing? Where's my brush pen? There it is. It's magic. I found it. Hey, Bethany, good morning. Hey, good. I'm glad you're doing great, Santa. Bethany says that looks like me before I put my makeup in the morning. I highly doubt that. Or I seriously doubt that. Yes. Pope Fire, the Starfire god, says, wow, so good. Yes, Pope Fire, I'm drawing Starfire right now. Hope you enjoy it. Pope Fire's like, that's not Starfire. That's not Starfire at all. Pope Fire says, does Doom have hair? Well, at first I gave him sort of longish hair, sort of swept back, at least what remains of his hair, because the rest was burned off when he stupidly put on his mask. But then I decided I'm just going to give him like a shaved head with stubble on it. He's probably balding. He probably wants to hide that as much as possible. So I just gave him like a sort of like a crew cut. So he has hair, really high up in the areas that weren't burnt by his mask, and in the back. So that's what I did. Pope Fire says, how did he get burnt? Well, Dr. Doom got burnt when he stupidly had his followers put on his red-hot mask after he abandoned college when he got injured in a stupid sort of mystical experiment. Went to the Andes, or was it the Himalayas, and he became leader of sort of a mystic tribe up there, and he had them build him his armor. And when they got the mask ready, he was impatient, so he had them put the mask on him when it was still red hot, and that's how he got his face all burnt up. Bleh. That's how he lost his face, because he was dumb. Doom was dumb. How does he eat? Well, he takes off the mask, and then he eats. He has teeth, kind of, and that's how he eats. Yeah, yeah. Elric Huga, he had a bad time. It was a bad idea. Bethany, Bethany says, "Hold my beer." Pope Fire says that'd be really painful, almost as painful as looking at mail-in art. Oh well, I'll take that as a compliment. Almost as painful as a Pope Fire video, says Santa Raven. Victor Von Pizza Face Doom. Nice start, Jimny. I love the fact that you also know his origin. That was a great read. Yeah, Eric. Uh, I really enjoyed it, and I enjoyed how John Byrne sort of expanded on it. The original Jack Kirby, um, Stan Lee origin story. I thought it was well done. So it was cool. Uh, Popar says, "Don't you have a chibi to do, Ray?" Oh, Raven. Is this a commission? Yes, Elric Hugas for Nasser Rabadi. He asked me to draw it. Well, he paid me to draw it. So. Popefire and Raven are having a little argument. A little lover spat between the Popefire and Raven clans. Hey, Risey Lee, how you doing? Oh, thanks. I'm glad you like it. Four a.m. and you have 8 people watching. Yeah, I know. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool, Bethany. But Bethany, thank you very much for being one of those 8 people. Everyone who shows up, I'm extremely grateful for it. Never Cool says, "Let's get this party started." Hey, Never Cool. Where did I put? I keep losing my pens. Yeah, I'm doing well, thank you. All right. This is going in and out, it seems. Hoping it's still running. It's still running, but my internet is going wacky. Hold on, people. This is Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, that's working. That's working. Okay, I'm assuming this is still going on, and everyone can still see me. Having some connectivity problems. You can still hear me. Just say hi. Okay, cool. Okay, still going. Good, good. Sorry. Hi. Cool. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. I think the Wi-Fi is should be good, but it's going weird sometimes. Elric Hugo says, uh, I celebrate my 1 year of being on YouTube. Cool. Awesome. Very good. Hey, Never Cold, thank you. I'm glad you like the artwork. Mm, got gnats. Let's see, where is my pen? Pen I want. Oh, sheesh, Bethany. Ah, she says she's gonna check her basement for flooding. Yeah, it's been raining where I am too, but actually the last several days it's been raining pretty hard. But I live on the second floor of an apartment, so um, it's not I don't have to worry about flooding that much. Nevercold says no rain here, but humidity is about mid 70 percentile. It is miserable. Ah, Bethany says basement is dry so far, so good. Good, glad to hear it. Eric you said I literally started making videos on May the 4th last year. Cool. How many subs do you have right now, Eric? Um, I started making videos last summer, really. And then I started doing it, I guess, in earnest in October, maybe, or November. I can't remember. But yeah, before October and November, I was doing it like once a month or something. I didn't really do it that often because I didn't really know what I was doing or what to do. So YouTube takes time, or I mean, making videos takes time to sort of get the hang of it. $166. Oh, cool. That's a good number. Yes, keep it up. It will build. I think the most frustrating thing about YouTube is that sometimes it seems like it takes forever to build up an audience, and it's just you just have to keep on plugging away. Yes, and it's almost impossible to figure out what will and what won't become popular or strike a chord with people. You can make a video about something really stupid you don't think is really interesting, and then a lot of people will like it. And you can make a video about something that you think, I was like, oh wow, this is great. This is gonna get a lot of views, and a lot of people are gonna love it, and no one likes it. It's like seems completely random. So yeah, Elric, all my videos are made on my phone too. I mean, I don't have any other camera, so that's it. That's all I use. Santa Raven says I'm back. Hello, sexy people, never cold. Ricey Lee, I was thinking about doing a vid when I go around a neighborhood and knock on doors and ask randoms who is the best Titan. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend that, but. Ricey Lee says, it would be funny, but I think they call the police on me. Yeah, either that or pull a gun on you. I don't mess with my neighbors or with strangers, knocking on their doors, asking weird questions, unless I know them. Oh, Risey's in Australia. He said, okay. He said most don't have guns here in Australia. Okay, cool. I'd be worried about baseball bats. Yep, Bethany says it. Seriously. I don't mess with people and their homes. Oh yeah, Elric Hugo says I hear Australia has a bunch of dangerous spiders. Yep, they have those funnel web spiders, most poisonous spiders on the planet, pretty much. Um, yeah, you don't want to mess with those. So that's one reason why I will never visit Australia. No offense, but they got some nasty creatures there, especially the koala. The deadly koala bear. Rise Lee says I was gonna have a clipboard and wear a suit, so it'll be a legit survey. Hmm. Yeah. First question would be, what's a Titan? What are you talking about? Yeah, it's the worst part, Rice Lee. You don't get powers from them. When you get, I guess you become dead. Is that a power? I guess if you're dead man, that's a power. So you get the power of dying, or at least being extremely miserable until you get over the venom from after getting bit. Yeah. 200 people die every year from spiders in Australia. Yeah, that is not a pleasant way to die. That's why I'm not visiting there. I'm not going. No, thank you. It's a beautiful country, and the people there are awesome. But you guys got to get rid of your spiders. If Australia got rid of their deadly spiders, their tourism would probably jump 500% within the first year. Bethany says you become a zombie. No, that's if you visited Haiti. You become a zombie. Um, wrong country. Ricky says I usually call spiders eight-legged freaks. I just call them evil. It's simpler. Simpler gets to the point. Spiders are evil. Never Cole says, really, Santa Raven? You should get some pet spiders. No. No, no, no. It's weird because spiders are the one animal, or they're not insects, but the one creature that I do not like. Anything else, I'm fine with. I love snakes. I think they're very cool. Cockroaches don't bother me. Bees don't bother me. It's just spiders. Are just no, thank you. Santa Raven said I made that up. It sounds right though. It sounds right though, Santa Raven. It's probably higher. It's probably more like 20,000. 20,000 people die every year from spiders. Uh, Eric Hugo, most people don't know how to handle taking down spiders. They use brooms or roll up something and smack, but a flat object is the best way to squash them out of existence. Bethany says, no, you burn them. Actually, Bethany, you do both. First you squash them, then you burn them, and then you take the ashes and you pour holy water on top of it, just to make sure. Shoot them with a sniper, 50 caliber. Eric N. Boyd says spiders may be creepy to a lot of people, but they don't bother me. They help keep other bugs at bay, such as flies, mosquitoes, and even wasps. Yeah, until you get bitten by one of the nasty ones, like the brown recluse or the black widow. Then they're not so harmless and friendly. That's my problem with spiders. It's like, there's no reason why some spiders have to have venom enough to kill a person, you know, and they're all over the world. They're not just like isolated to Australia. I mean, we have two like really poisonous spiders just here in the United States, and it's just like that's not that's not good. They're so harmless. It's like all of them would be harmless, but they're not. Are me and Elric the only ones here not from Australia? Well, I'm not. If you can probably tell from my voice. I don't have an Australian accent. Yeah, I think most people aren't from Australia. So. Eric N. Boyd says, true, I admit you have to be vigilant about the type of spiders that are around. Better safe than sorry. I don't blame anyone for not liking them and dispatching them. Yeah, well, that's what I do. It's like I'm fine with spiders as long as they stay out of my sight and out of my wherever I am. But if a spider comes near me or somewhere where I can see it, it's probably gonna die. Sorry. Spiders want to live? Stay out of my sight. Nevercall says, I was just curious. A lot of the funnest people I've met on YouTube are from Australia. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, people in Australia are a lot of fun. Eric Hugo says, if spiders in my house are not dangerous, depending on how small it is, it can live until it gets big. Well, if you kill it when it's small, you don't have to worry about it getting big. See? Nip it in the bud. Save yourself the trouble of killing a bigger bug or a bigger spider later on. Get them when they're young. Oh boy. Eric and Boyd with a spider joke. Did you hear about the spider that became a hermit? He was also known as a bit of a recluse. Very funny. I'll have to remember that one. That's actually pretty good. Let's see. Santa Raven said that's a weird laugh. 4 out of 10. Oh, I thought a weird laugh would get a higher score than that. That's not. Oh. Never Cole says illustration by design. Hey Jason, were you involved in any Comicsgate projects lately, or yet? No, and that is by design. I don't have. I can't devote the time to do it right now, so I haven't gotten involved. Eric and Boy says Doom Laugh initiated. Um, Eric Hugo says there's one spider called the camel spider. It's really big and chases people, but only if it feels threatened. Yeah, I saw them well years ago, especially when the war in Iraq was in full swing. They post these pictures of these giant camel spiders uh, all over the place on Facebook. So yeah, creepy. They're not even really spiders, though. They're more like scorpions. Um, but they're both arachnids, so whatever. Never Cold says, is illustration your occupation? Yes, it is. That's what I do for a living. Illustrations for magazines and various companies who want like comic book type illustrations done or cartooning. That's what I do. Yes, it is very nice. I'm glad that I can actually make a living doing it because it's pretty much the only thing I'm good at. And I hate digging ditches, so the fact that I'm able to get work drawing is awesome. Never Close says you obviously have the skills to pay the bills. But yeah, but it takes more than just skills. It's just you have to constantly be pounding the pavement looking for more work. And the people who do that are the ones who are really successful. And you can't really be. Most artists are introverts, and you can't really be an introvert and be a successful artist because you have to do a lot of self promotion. You have to, like I said, constantly be out there plugging yourself and promoting yourself. And it's something that if you're gonna freelance, you have to learn that skill. You have to get better at it. You have to get over being a hermit, which most artists like me are. I like being at home and not talking to anyone. um, but you kind of you have to get over that and learn how to push yourself to to be more, to engage more with potential clients. That's how you get work. I mean, if you go to comic book conventions and you see the professional artists, with their booths and everything, um, you notice, the ones that do the best, make the most sales. And I always think of what's his name, um, Greg Horn. Greg Horn is fantastic at promoting himself at conventions because he is extremely outgoing. If you're walking by his booth, he'll call out to you, say, hey buddy, hey, how you doing? And hey, have you seen my art? You want to buy something? And he'll just plug himself like crazy. Um, but he's really good at it, and it makes people want to buy his stuff. In addition to him being kind of famous, but the fact that he's willing to interact with complete strangers just out of the blue, that compels people to give his work a second look. So, and that's what you have to do. So. Ryan Cardinal says, just get into tattooing. You can be making $150 an hour when you're laying down the ink. Yeah, you have to. To me, you have to have nerves of steel to be a tattooist. Um, Ryan, I mean, I admire you for doing it, but I would be constantly afraid of screwing up because you can't. There's no undo button. You can't white things out when you're tattooing. If you screw up, you gotta make that mistake work somehow. So it's yeah. I mean that's why I never really got into it. That plus I'm not really into I'm not into blood. um, and you have to deal with a lot of that stuff when you're tattooing. Not a lot of it, but some of it. Oh, hold on. Hey, Elric. You have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Everyone, if you haven't heard already, I'm inking a drawing of Doom, Doctor Doom, right now. A commission, and if you haven't already, please like this video and subscribe to my channel. So, but Elric, you have a great night. Okay. Hope you have a good day today. Ryan Cardinal says it's only 50% of your job to do the work. It's the client's 50% to the stay the F still. Oh yeah, yeah. It's hard. It is not easy to tattoo. So. Ryan says, this is looking dope, by the way. Thank you very much. Never Cold says, if you don't mind answering, how much does a commission like that run? Well, this is just, well, what, what Nasser asked for, what, he paid basically for a headshot. I'm giving him a little more than a headshot, just because I got into it. But a headshot would cost $35. So. And this is on 6x9, so it's a 6x9 headshot, $35. Bethany says you're gonna have to draw everyone here Doctor Doom now. We all want one. Hey, You pay me $35, I'll draw you a headshot. So I need to figure out a way to post. Can you post images on Hmm. I think after this video, maybe I'll just make a text list of how much commissions cost in the description. That'd be easier. So Never Cold says, "What? That is dirt cheap." Okay. Oh, thanks. Glad you think so. Never Cold said, "This is for Nasser. Tell him it's $25 if he lets you kick him." Yeah, well, he's halfway across the country, so I need really long legs in order to kick him. Thing is, I need to get the paid commissions done first before I can get back into doing the winning artwork, the free artwork that I gave away a few weeks ago to a number of winners on my channel. I have, but I have this one I need to finish, and then I have to do a drawing of Paul Bunyan that someone paid me for. So paid customers come first. Bethany says, when some money comes in, I'll have you do a Doctor Strange. Awesome. I would love to draw Doctor Strange. He is a very cool character. I really like that character. Especially like the Steve Ditko version. But I loved him when Maurice Severin was doing him afterwards. I mean, I tend to think of him as being underrated because he's not really thought of as well. I guess maybe now he's given more credit since he's been in the Avengers movies, but the MCU. But I don't know. Over the years, he's been kind of ignored a lot. Ah. Never Close says, I gotta dip out. Good seeing everyone in the chat. Thanks for the hang, Jason. Hey, thank you for stopping by and hanging out with us. I appreciate it. Bethany says, take care, Never Cold. Never Cold, hope you have a great day. Let's see. Hold on one second. Let me just change the info on the stream. Hey, you guys still there? I think I lost everyone. Sorry about that. Something happened. Something happened and the stream dropped. I probably did something wrong when I tried to change the title of it. Okay. I apologize to everyone who lost the stream. Again, I must have done something when I tried to change the title midstream, so I messed it up. Hmm. Okay. Pope Raven has put in a poop emoji for some strange reason. Did you have to poop? I have no idea. Is my drawing poop? I have no idea. I'm guessing you guys all had a chance to see Infinity War by now. What'd you guys think about it? Was it the best Marvel movie ever? Was it the worst? Was it somewhere in between? What do you think? Did you like it better than Infinity War? If so, why? If not, why? Discuss. Pope Raven says it was great. Ryan Cardinal says, alright, man, I gotta peace out. Great looking piece, man. Thank you very much, Ryan Cardinal. I appreciate it. And everyone, if you have not already, go on Indiegogo and check out Ryan Cardinal's new book that just opened yesterday called Chaos. It looks really good. Looks like a fantastic manga style. And yeah, he has a lot of great options out there. So it's Chaos, spelled Kayas, Kayas on Indiegogo, and it just started yesterday. So go out and go pick it up. Risey Lee says, I haven't seen it, but I've heard a lot about it. Well, check out Indiegogo and take a look. I think you'll be impressed. Take care, Ryan. You have a great day. Her buddies, just hanging out and playing video games. I didn't like that. um, but it was an ambitious movie. I mean, I guess 2 movies. I'm glad they did them. It's cool. seem to be having more connectivity problems. It seems to be still working, so I'm just going to go with that. Let's see. Oh, I know. It's like... Alright, that's good. Okay, that's better. 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 One person is left watching. Did my stream die? Hey, James GSR. Um, James GSR says, if you don't mind me asking, what pen is that? This is a brush pen. It's called a thin line brush pen. It's Japanese, um, by Samiro. This brush pen. I use this. I use these Unipin multi-liners, which come in packs of 6, and I use this. It's a Pentel brush pen, which is thicker than this thin line. A thin line gives me really good thin lines for inking. I use a Pentel brush pen, which is refillable. This one is not refillable. Description of most of my videos, you can find a listing of all my materials, what I used to draw and ink with. So, uh, James says, awesome. A great thin line brush pen is hard to find. Yeah, it's just I found it through trial and error. I think like most artists, you go through a whole bunch of different pens, materials to find out what works best. I found this. You know, Actually, I bought a number of things on Amazon that I thought would work well. Video, I'll put links to all the all the all the drawing material I use, so you can find it easily. Um, I'm not sure if they ever showed what he really looks like underneath the mask. I know there've been all these theories, like he has like a little scar that he's blown up into like being like a really horrific disfigurement in his head. But he was handsome, and even if he had a minor scar after that blow up at the university, he completely destroyed his face when he had his minions put a red hot mask. Hey, Pope Raven, how you doing? It is early in the morning. It is 6:12 a.m. in the a.m. Actually, Eastern Standard Time. It might be 3:12 in the a.m. if you're in California, or some other time if you're somewhere else on the planet. So it just depends. But thank you for stopping by. Thank you for spending time here. And anyone, if you interesting. Cast a replay of this video later. Yeah, actually, James, I don't know if it's your internet or mine watching. It's frustrating. But yeah, hopefully, you know, come back and you catch the video later on. It won't be all broken up and glitchy like it might be now. Pope Brave says, "I think it's yours." Yeah, I think it is. I think it is my my internet because it's been giving. It's always giving me problems. I don't know how to fix it. Stop by and watch, and start ruining their enjoyment of it, which is not my intent. Head upside down. Bleep, bleep, bleep. see. George Peter Gatsis says, dude, you can't sleep too? Well, it's not that I can't sleep. It's that I work better at night. So I'm always up late at night. It's not insomnia so much as sometimes I'll turn the fan on. It's getting warm in here. Ooh, that's much better. George says, I think it's the moon. It could be, possibly. You have to sign up for join and quarter tomorrow if there are any spaces left. I don't know. Might be all filled by now. You know, it's taking longer than it should have, so I just need to get them done. And this one is Dr. Doom for Nasser Rabadi. If it's full, take my spot. Tell them I sent you. No, I'm not gonna take your spot. It's always fun. It's pretty good. Let's see. Wait, he took off his mask and he was completely normal again. That would be interesting if they ever did. Maybe they have. I just don't recall ever seeing it. Tommy Sakarian Keenan, I apologize. Tommy Sakinen says, this is cool and brutal looking Doom. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I wanted him to look messed up, so... But not cartoony. To draw something kind of horrific. So hopefully this will be This will be good for him. Whenever I draw something that's sort of like horror related, and I rarely do, but I always try to keep Bernie Wrightson in mind, because he's, to my mind, he's like the go-to person for horror. And then try to do something that's somewhat close to what I have. Well, depends on where you are. Where I am on the East Coast, it's 6:30 a.m. So apply that to whatever time zone you're in. George Peter Gatsa says the champ. Yeah, yeah. Bernie Wrightson was the master. The guy was just a genius. Just oh gosh, it's beautiful work. I mean, if you look at any of his other stuff that's not strictly horror, I mean, he just applies the same beautiful artwork to that stuff as well. I mean, I loved his miniseries Batman the Cult from the '80s. Just beautiful artwork. I saw a drawing he did of Swamp Thing with crypto. I think it was for some charity event, and it's just gorgeous work. The guy was just a brilliant artist. It's 32 p.m. here in Finland. What's the weather like in Finland right now? I mean, it's raining there. Um, I mean, I have no idea. I've never been to Scandinavia, so I don't know how long the winter lasts there. Or so countries, it's like, oh, it's neat. One day I'll travel more. I mean, when I say more, I mean outside the United States. Even the United States. The United States is so big that you will never. Well, I shouldn't say never. It's difficult to cover the whole country and travel to all 50 states. It's just so big, so massive. So I'd love to do that as well. There's just so much of the world that there is to see, and comparatively little time, unless you make the time. So you just have to make the time to do it. And I have not so far. Hmm. Try a different pen. Mark Trafford said it is 9:35 p.m. in Sydney, Australia. Wow. I guess it's Wednesday night in Sydney right now. Chilling like a villain. Tommy says, we had a cold wave which brought some night chills. We have really long cold winters, but now it's spring here. Okay, good. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the same here in the U.S. I mean, depending on where you are, if you're up north, like where a lot of my family is, um, it's winter lasted a little longer than usual this year. It's still snow, so really just depends on where you live. Because again, the U.S. is so massive that they have every dang type of weather, you know, depending on where you are in the country. It's crazy. Oof, sorry. Let me get back to this. Hmm. I made these knuckles round when I sketched them, but now I'm going to make them sort of rougher because I imagine that Dr. He's not a gentle dictator, Von Doom. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Evan Von Scriber with the horrible pun. Oy. That's very good, Evan. Very good. Very punny. It's pretty good. Actually, quite clever. Quite clever. Very clever, Mr. Bond. Very clever. Pope Von Scriber says, I thought it was hilarious. Tommy says, I'm happy that it's getting warmer. I like to work on the backyard, both at garden and in general on my sofa there. Well, maybe later. Hmm. The same Von Scriber? I don't know. I do not know. I do not know. Sniper Von Scriber says, video and subscribe. So and hit the bell for notifications so you can get notified, of course, of when I do other live streams and post other videos. So right now I'm drawing Doctor Doom, as I guess the description says. So I hope you enjoy it. Did someone say Doctor? Dr. Von Scriver. Dr. Von Scriver. Yeah, it's poor connection, and get really sort of crummy reception with the stream. I apologize. Um, these subscribers are multiplying at an accelerated rate. Uh, yeah, so I apologize, Tommy. I wish there was some way for me to fix it. But it makes it people not want to watch. And that is not what I want. I want people to watch. I want people to enjoy it. I want people to stick around. Heck nabbit. No problem. I was just working at the same time, just checking to see if I need to stop any processes. No, Tommy, you're fine. It's me. So. Tommy says, "Are you on any Indiegogo project now?" No, I'm not, Tommy. So, at some point, possibly, I will. But right now, no, I'm not. Evan Brown Scriber says, "If you drew this last week, you could have entered Gary's art challenge." Oh, was his art challenge Doctor Doom last week? Okay, oh well. Sorry, Gary. Yeah, I don't really keep up with his art challenges every week because I've been sort of focused on stuff like that, and Kyung Lee's Battle Maiden Knuckle Bomb contests are ongoing because it helps get fans involved, and they're fun. So yeah. Um, Tommy says, or Kickstarter. No, no Kickstarters either. Tommy. Any news on what Drawn and Quarter will be? Uh, Evan Von Scriber says this week is a little mirror made. I don't know, maybe. Could be. Tommy says, have you done Shinobi Sasquatch yet? Have I drawn him? No, I haven't drawn him at all. I've seen the campaign. I have not purchased it yet, mainly because of money. I mean, a lot. There's so many of these Indiegogo campaigns um, that I can't. I just can't afford. But they're each about $20 to $25 a pop. So it's like that's a lot of money. How much is that? It's like 400 and something dollars on like 20 comic books. At a certain point I have to like slow down and just say I gotta I gotta pay my light bills and stuff. So, but when I have the money, if I had the money, I would back it. At some point, hopefully I'll have enough money to back it in other ones. So, um, if you guys want to earn some more money, whether through commissions or other work or whatever. So, well, you can. Oh, you wish you could draw so you can enter it. Um, well, try it anyway. Just have fun. I also turns into a werewolf. That covers a lot of bases there. So it's pretty neat. And the artwork looks fantastic. I mean, it really reminds me of Sun Lane. So, really good book. Really nice looking book. Projects are $20 a piece for shipping. I've backed 18 so far, and with Ellie and Von Claus coming, it is not getting easier for my wallet. Though I do not buy any big two books. Any Marvel and DC. Yeah. I pretty much stopped buying Marvel and DC as well. I mean, all my money goes to either Indiegogo books or to back issues that I buy on eBay. Because I love back issues. I love into social justice and that sort of nonsense. Um, so that's where most of my comic book money goes nowadays. But yeah, you being in Europe, the shipping is even more expensive. So it's hard. You can't afford everything. So that's true for pretty much everyone. So buy what you can, and you don't have to buy everything. Evan says, I only back the digital Indiegogos. Yeah, that's smart. That's a good way to do it. I mean, you don't have to worry about shipping, and it's a lot cheaper. So I don't like digital comics that much. I mean, unless I'm getting them from the library, um, then I'll download them and I'll read them. But I don't pay money for digital comics because it's half the fun is having a physical book in your hand for me, and it just would not be worth it for me to buy a digital comic book. It's just not the same. I need something to touch. I need something to everything from the touch to the smell of the paper. I need that whole tactile ugh, tactile experience when I read comic books. Tommy says, Samurai and Dinosaurs was the only digital comic that you bought. Okay, cool. Cool, cool, cool. You can you can look at this and admire Doom's beautiful face while I go say hi to my wife. Okay? I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Tommy says, as I am not from the U.S., I will never get the signatures from cons, so getting them through these Indiegogos is nice for me, though I've never been big on signatures before either. Evan says, I can't say I understand this whole signature craze. Yeah, it just depends on the person. I mean, I collect comic books, and for me, getting signatures on comic books, to me, in a lot of ways, I don't know. To my mind, lowers the value. I like comic books. Sort of, I would never have Stan Lee sign it. Um, I know he wrote it. I know he created the characters, or have like Joe Shuster, if I could dig him up from the grave, sign new books. I definitely want these guys to sign. To me, it adds to the sort of personal um, touch that a lot of these Comicsgate guys are giving to their fans and to the audiences. In addition to all the YouTube videos and Twitter discussions they're having with fans. I mean, they're Comicsgate are probably the most engaged and open group of creators, comic book creators we've seen in comic books. We're getting access that we would never get otherwise. Even at conventions, we wouldn't get this much access to these guys. Seeing them draw pages. So, I see the signatures as just being sort of like a part of that. Part of that connection between the creator and the audience. So, yeah. So I think it's cool. And I sort of agree with that. Actually, when I got Lone Star #1, I got the unsigned copy. more rare, so I got that one, and it costs less money. So, um, Tommy says also this Indiegogo thing is a phase. I think finally having a signature about this phase, and frankly having a signature about this phase of comics history. Yeah, I agree as well. Because I don't know. I don't think that paying $20 for a comic book can last forever. You know, after a while, people's wallets get tight, and it's expensive, and it's a short term solution for the immediate problem, but it's not a long term solution. The long term solution, I think, is getting these books into comic book stores so people can buy them for the normal comic book price that they would usually, you know, if they were distributed by Diamond or something. But since the comic book industry has in large part to customers. So, you know, short term, and I'm willing to put up with it, and you know, and support it. You know, because I think it's important. Uh, Sorry, Evan Von Scriber says I agree. Yeah, yeah. I mean, a lot of these newer creators, the ones who don't have a history creating comic books. Um, if you're into creating comic books, now is the perfect time. That it is the ideal time to get off your butt or put your butt in your uh, drawing chair and start working and start creating, because the atmosphere is perfectly to start helping each other. You know, creators, put your stuff out there. If it's good, there are plenty of customers out there just begging for good comic books that they can spend their money on. So do it. Be like Nasser Rabadi, who I am doing this drawing of Doctor Doom for. Be like Nasser. Don't be stingy. We will see. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what they can do about it. It's just that the cost of shipping overseas is just it's kind of set. I think. I mean, I don't ship. I mean, I ship these, you know, drawings overseas, but not comic books. So thanks to Australia and to Japan, and it's cost, you know, between $8 and $11 to ship. And this thing they have like priority mail. They have in the United States. They have priority mail, which were, you know, priority mail is even more expensive. It costs like $35 to mail something priority mail to Australia. I mean, it's insane. Um, so I don't know. Um, yeah, I'm not sure what they can do about the overseas shipping. Um, Tommy says, sadly, it will be better for me when they start going through Amazon. That's another option. Cool. Yeah, if they can sell their stuff through Amazon, that'd be awesome. And just have ongoing sales. That'd be fantastic. Evan Von Scriber says, are you sure he didn't ask for a duck stuck inside of his mask here? So that's even more horrific. So yeah, it could be Doctor Doom, not Doctor. Need to bring out the big guns. the Pentel brush pen. Making a mess. Making a mess. Tommy says you should get a watch that goes really slow and make these videos in time lapse ones and be like Fraga. Well, I have made time lapse videos. And this is going to be one of them. Fairly often in order to keep people engaged, and it's just the time it takes to make a time lapse video. I guess to my mind it's like it's better spent just doing a live stream. I should be doing both. I should be doing live streams and then making time lapse videos based on the live streams. But it's just that it just takes time for me to make those time lapse videos. So, that make any sense at all? So I was hearing myself saying it, and it kind of didn't. But hey, this guy, he's supposed to be weird. He's Doctor Doom. Tommy says I've never done any YouTube videos. It is hard to do clips or time lapses from live streams. No, it's not hard. I mean, it's just for me, here's a process. It's just time consuming. Yeah, Tommy, it's time from YouTube, and then I have to go through the live stream. Well, it time lapse. Only time Young does he draws straight from pen. In terms of weirdness, I mean, weird in some way. Not eyes. Oh, there we go. That's better. Oh, interesting. Afraid. I like horror movies to a certain extent, but I don't like being scared. So I don't watch like Stuck. Me so much. I liked it. It was well acted, but I'm too scared to watch most of it. Name. Idris Elba starred in this show called Luther. I had to give it up. It's terrible. It's terrible. He's a weird fella. He's a weird fella. But he's a nice guy. Done some horror ones now too. The guests specifically. Horror series? You mean like TV shows? Yeah, Korean horror. I mean, not just Korean horror, but Asian horror really creeps me out. There's something about it that I find extremely unnerving. I started watching The Kingdom from during I guess during the 1500s in Korea. It's really creepy. It's something about it. It's just something. I wish I could verbalize it, but I can't. Can't quite put my finger on what it is that weirds me out so much about Asian horror. The Japanese version, not the Americanized version. I mean, really, to my mind, was scary. It was. I mean, it just a the way she's walking and stuff. It's just really yeah. Tommy says, "Yep, the guest is about sea spirits possessing people. It's nice and creepy. Yeah, I don't doubt that. It's I mean, Asian horror is very cool. It's very cool stuff, and it even goes into their anime and manga. I mean, I remember this. There was this one anime and manga that I really liked. It was called Other or Another. It's about this curse on a middle school, and I think it was this one specific class every year would be cursed and people would start dying and stuff. And it was just horrible, but it was a great story. Um, just really creepy, weird stuff. Um, Evan says Asian horror is the worst, quote unquote. I mean, parentheses best. That Grudge monster. Yeah, I know. Seriously, it's just very scary. Even a little boy. He's like he opens his mouth and screams. And his mouth is all black inside. It's just like Um, Tommy says Asian horror movies do spooky ghosts really well. The Ring was fabulous. Yeah, yeah, same. Another is an oddity. Otherwise, and a guy who ends up going into the past to stop the serial killer who from killing his own mother. Oh my gosh! No, the guy goes in the past to stop the serial killer from killing his mother. Um, what was it called? It came out fairly recently, and they made a live action version on Netflix. A serial killer who killed children. Um, it was weird stuff. But again, the stories are really good. Um, Tommy says, I've watched the anime where the guy goes back in time to foil a serial killer. It was really good. Not horror, but cool. Um, yeah, yeah, I guess everyone's definition of horror is different. For me, it was hard just because a lot of tension, a lot of suspense in it. Maybe that's not horror. I don't know. I don't know. It was good. It was well done. It was very well done. Evan Voscar says, "Do I draw faces upside down? I can, but I don't when I'm drawing. I mean, actual drawing pictures. I mean, I don't draw like this. But I can. Um, hold on 1 second. I have to. I just want to sort of post a link to the live stream onto to Twitter and Facebook. So I'll be back. I'll be back in a second. I just have to go to my computer. So I'll be right back." Okay. About it as a face. I didn't know if it was a permanent technique. It might be for some people, Evan. I don't use it. I have a hard enough problem. Fun for me, but and I guess it can help you become uh I guess it can help you, I guess, hone your ability to draw faces because you have to be more mindful of what you're doing when you're drawing upside down, sort of like writing backwards. But I like I said, I wouldn't do it as a common practice. I Um, let's see. Tommy says, have you ever draw of their characters? No, I have not. For Drawn and Quarter, they're going to be drawing Lone Star, Mike Miller's character, for the Pro Edition. So, but yeah, I've never really done fan art for any of the Indiegogo characters. I think I started doing one of. Yeah, actually, here it is. I'm gonna redo it. I'm gonna start over again because it wasn't coming out the way I wanted it to. This is a drawing of I need to but yeah, I and some of the characters like Cyberfrog are just too 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 dang complex for me to not I'm not naturally inclined to want to draw him. I mean, Ethan. Props to Ethan for creating that character and being willing to do all that detail. At a video I could link to the Edwin's Reddit for your channel. Okay, okay. I don't have a video of me drawing any of the Indiegogo characters. Maybe I'll make one so you can link it to to Edwin's Reddit Reddit page. So, but yeah, right now I do not. He's drawn Pope. Although she wrote a comic book based on the adventures of Pope Fire, she could be. And then Edwin could talk about it, and I could post a link for that. Let's see. Not wise, Evan. Not wise. Not a very wise move. Oh, cool. Thank you. Oh, I also did an unboxing for Bigfoot Bill, so you can post that too if you like. Evan says, "I tell you what, I'll write a Pope Fire. What do you think?" I think that not very many people would buy it, especially with Nostra drawing it. That would be a good way to lose money. Pope Fire says, "I know Evan likes free." One thing better than free comics is Tommy says, "Damn, Cap White is good." Yeah, Kanan White is probably the best artist in Comicsgate and one of the best artists in comics right now. Period. He is. I I always call him the Goku of comic book artists because his art is so superior to the average comic book artist, and he inspires other artists to get better, just like Goku. Antonio posted a page on Twitter. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it just, it's just a phenomenal artist. Another really good artist is Matthew Weldon. If you've ever seen his work, he draws. Well, he's on the fan, not the fan edition. He started off in the fan edition on Drawn and Quartered, but he's on a pro edition every week. You probably see him tonight. That guy, he draws the comic book. Um, Kind of organic Art Nouveau look to his to his drawings. Um, Brilliant artist. And the cool thing is that he doesn't think he's that good. Yeah, it's just a really humble guy. Um, Tommy says, "Yep, Weldon is good." Yes, he is. The ones I like best are EVS, Cannon White, and perhaps Elliot. Elliot. My brain is just dying. Oh, Elliot Fernandez. Yes. Elliot Fernandez is another amazing artist. Amazing. Yeah, there. I mean, Comicsgate is so cool. I mean, it's exposed me to so many phenomenal artists that I would never. I mean, I would never have heard of Kane White if it weren't for Comics. I would never have heard of Matthew Weldon if it weren't for Comicsgate, um, or Elliot Fernandez. Yeah, they just weren't on my radar. Yeah, some of them, like Elliot, has done professional. We work for Marvel and DC, but I've never seen it. So I would have remained clueless to his talent and what he could do. So it's pretty cool. But the Pope Fire says uh, Gary and Eric, Gary Shipman and Eric Ninotowski are the best. They are very good indeed. Pope Fire. Um, Pope Fire says, "Can I be blue now?" Oh, you mean be a mod? Do we have 20 people in the chat right now? I see only 5. So when we get 20 people, then you can be a mod, Pope Fire. When we get 20 people on a regular basis, or even once, heck. um, Pope Fire says, "Please, I know abuse it like I do. I know abuse like I do Booster." Mark Trafford says, "No blue for you. No blue for you." Not yet. Hopefully soon. Hopefully at some point soon, we will be getting 20 people into these chats during live streams, and Popefire will officially get her blue her blue wrench, which she will then lord over all of you. She'll be a fair yet cruel mistress. Often is delay, Donald delay, I assume. I think he is okay, and then there is a piece that is fabulous. We'll see if Bruce will blow him. Oh, okay, you think sometime you'll see a piece that. Sorry, let me backtrack my brain. Tommy says that she thinks that he's an okay artist, and then he'll put her mind away, changing her opinion that he's a fantastic artist. And she's gonna see if Brutus blows her mind. Yeah, same here. I'm really looking forward to Brutus the Badass when it comes out. I can't wait. Can't wait to see what Brutus has come up with. Can't wait to read Nasser's story, to see what he wrote. And yeah, it'll be interesting, definitely. Um, Popefire says maybe if you didn't stream at 3 a.m. I don't know. You're right, Popefire. I need to stream at a more timely hour of the day. That would definitely help. Uh, it's just that during the day, a lot of things are going on, and I don't have the time to necessarily live stream for an hour or more. Um, and right now, this is going. I mean, I've been live streaming probably for about 3 hours or so. Um, and it's just hard for me to do it during the day. Uh, but you're right. I need, if I did it, I get more people watching. So we shall see. We shall see. Tommy says, by the way, I am a he. Okay. Sorry, Tommy. Did I say she? Um, yeah. I think it was your spelling that threw me off. Am I pronouncing your name right? Tommy, or is it Tommy? I don't know. He's a he. Don't misgender. Um, Pope Fire says, I need to do more Pope Fire Explains. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, all of us could do more with our YouTubes or social media or whatever. It's just a question of time. It's do what you can do. That's it. That's all you can do. Yeah, but you need to do a Pope Fire Explains the Von Scriver cult, because I think that baffles a lot of people. What's up with the Von Scrivers? All these Von Scrivers popping up. All right, let's see. Okay, Tommy is pronounced like your Tommy. Okay, do not say my surname. Okay, I I'm trying to pronounce it, and I know I muffed it up, so don't worry about it, Tommy. Sorry about that. Let's see here. Evan Von Scriver says the Von Scrivers might be clones, evil clones. Aren't most clones evil? Is that kind of redundant to say evil clone? Is there ever is there ever is there ever is there ever is that it? Is there ever a good clone? Tommy says, no, it's okay. I just do not want to hurt people with a horrible triple consonants. That's fine. Or is it Johansson? Scarlett Johansson. I can't remember. They probably went back and forth between good and evil. Tommy says the Rob Willis seems also to be really good. The Shinobi art he has shown and the Bruce fan art were really good. Yeah, great art. So. Yeah. Yeah, for anyone who is new and watching, I'm drawing Doctor Doom for commission. Taking off his mask, chilling like a villain. So if you could, please like this video and hit the subscribe button and the bell for notifications for future videos and live streams when I do them. I do a few a week. At least I try, and I do speed drawings, time-lapse videos, unboxings of comic. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask in the chat. And it's the first comic he has done. Rob Willis, yeah, I think it is. So it looks really good. At least the first comic he's done on his own. I don't know his history, so. Yeah. Oh, my wife's leaving. Hold on 1 second. She has to go to work. Okay, I'm back. Just had to see my wife off to work. Tommy says my workday is over. Lucky. Yeah, here on the East Coast of the U.S., everyone's workday is just starting. Evan says, how did Nasser like his surprise? Oh, a surprise of not getting art? Well, he didn't get it, so I hope he liked it. No, I'm gonna send it to him. Evan says, don't brag, Tommy. I just got to work. Hey, Santa Raven, how you doing? Good seeing you back. Santa Raven was the first one who showed up when I started this live stream earlier in the morning. So glad to have you back, Santa. All right, let's see. All right, I think I have a rough idea of what I need to do. A rough idea. Let's see, did I do that right? I don't know if I did that right. I may not have. Tommy says, I am lucky as I can work at home, so I am petting my dogs now. You're lucky. That's the best. Seriously. Working at home, hanging out with your dogs. That is the dream. I love dogs. I wish I had one. One day I will have a dog or 10. No, not 10 dogs. That's too many. I like big dogs. I don't like little rat. I call them rat dogs. So I apologize if that offends anyone, but I don't like rat dogs. Or not crazy about them rather. Small dogs, at least little toy dogs like Chihuahuas and Shih Tzus. I'm not a fan. I like dogs that can catch frisbees and you can wrestle with. I like dogs like that. I love golden retrievers and Labradors. I love huskies and Malamutes. Um, you know, Akitas. I like dogs in general. Yeah, but even small dogs. I mean, I like small dogs that I like are like corgis. I like pugs. Um, I don't know. Dogs in general, I think are just really cool animals. So if you can work at home and pet your dogs, you got a great job. Let's Tommy says we have two small ones. They can catch stuff. Okay, good. As long as they can catch stuff, they're good dogs. Yeah, what I like about dogs more than anything else is that you can play with them. I mean, I I would never get a cat. Well, I should not say that because there are a couple cats that I would consider getting. My wife is a cat person. Actually, all my closest friends are all cat people. I don't understand it. Why? Why can't they love dogs? Um, but I like ragdoll cats, and what are they called? They're called they have like weird ears. They're like um Scottish folds. Yeah, I think that's what they're called, Scottish fold cats, and their ears are like sort of like folded down. Um, and the reason why I like those two breeds is because they're very. The word that comes to mind is kind, and that's not the right word. Passive. I don't know if that's the right word either. But cats are. I don't find them friendly animals. I find them very standoffish, very uh, mercurial. Is that the right word? Where they change their mood changes at a drop of a hat. One second they're purring, next second they're trying to claw your eyes out. I don't trust cats. I trust dogs. Dogs are very tend to be very obvious about their feelings and their emotions. So it's easy to gauge whether or not they're happy or annoyed. You can't tell that with cats, or at least I can't. So I don't like cats for that reason. I like an animal that I know where I stand with it at every second of the day. I don't want any surprises with animals. Um, so um, so dogs are very obvious about how they feel. That you walk through the door, they're happy to see you, and they let you know. If you're annoying a dog, it'll start growling. They'll let you know. Um, a cat won't necessarily do that. A cat will, it might be happy to see you. It won't. You come through the door, it won't move. It'll just, it'll look up and then it'll go back to sleep like it doesn't care. and I'm not a big fan of that. So I'm not a big cat person. And plus the whole, for me, having a pet and being able to play with it, go outside with it, play ball with it, you know, go on runs with it. To me, that's very appealing. But anyway, with rag dolls and Scottish folds, they're very they're very I guess the word I'm looking for is passive, maybe friendly. I've seen some in person, and they're just they tend to be much more affectionate than other cats, at least to my mind. Anyway, so I like them. But those are the only cats I would consider getting. um, Tommy says we have two German Spitz German Spitz middles. One is sleeping on my lap now, and the other one is taking a chair next to me. That's cool. Yeah, I love. I don't know, just thinking about dogs. It's just like I love them. They're so cool. I've never had one. Maybe that's why I'm so enamored with them because I've never had one. My parents never let us have pets other than fish, and fish to me are like you know you can't do anything with them. You look at them. That's about it. You look at them and you feed them. You can't play with them. So to me, they weren't much of a pet. And we have a fish now, but yeah, they're not really they're not really pets to my mind. They're more like yeah, you just sort of look at them. You don't really interact. Oh, hold on. Tommy says we bought a house with a backyard partly because of the dogs. Yeah, that is my one sort of motivation to get a house is so we can have dogs. That's my prime. Well, not my prime. It's up there though. It's like the top 5 reasons why I want to get a house. Do my work in. I want more space for that, and also to you know have have comic books and stuff. Um, but I, having a dog is up there because it's just something that I don't know. Something about them. Something about dogs that is very I don't know appealing. It's very friendly. It is very extremely friendly animals. I know it's a sort of a subjective thing because tend to anthropomorphize you know animals and call them friendly because that's just a term that we tend to think of because they're very affectionate. But yeah, there's cool animals. I would love to have one or two. Where's my? Oh, there it is. What? Found my pen. Uh, Tommy says, with more than one pet, you see the difference in personalities, which is nice, and the habits and moods they have. God, I love dogs. Yeah, we were just at my brother-in-law's place around Christmas time, and he and his wife live in Colorado. They have two dogs. They're both labs, both very, very cool dogs. One's a golden lab, the other one's a black lab. The golden lab they're both awesome dogs, extremely friendly and loving. The golden lab is so funny because he's so dang stupid. But he's got this face that he'll come up to you, you know, and put his face in your lap, look up at you, and it's like he knows that he has the most adorable face, that he's just playing on your emotions, trying to get you to, like, give him food or whatever. Um, but he's so dang dumb. He's constantly eating things that are inedible because because he doesn't know any better. How old is he? He's like 5 years old, and he ate an entire rug that was in his dog cage. He ate it, and they didn't realize it until they realized that the rug was missing. They were wondering where it went, and then the dog started like coughing up pieces of rug. It's like, what the heck is wrong with this dog? And he doesn't learn his lesson. They have to like keep like everything away from this poor dog because the dog doesn't have enough sense to not eat things that aren't palatable or that aren't meant to be eaten. Um, Meanwhile, the other dog is his brother. Not really brothers, but the black lab is a really cool. Is a rescue dog. Really cool dog. He was abused terribly when he was younger, and he hated people. He didn't. You couldn't go near him. He's so affectionate. I mean, he just loves people now. Yeah, my brother-in-law's wife, works with rescue animals, and she just worked with them, you know, over time, and to the point where now, he loves people. He dotes on her. She's his favorite person. But everyone else, he comes up to you, and he's just happy as can be, you know, and he'll just fall asleep on your lap, fall asleep on your feet, fall asleep next to you on the couch. He just wants to be near people. He's just completely turned around, just because she and my brother-in-law have just worked hard with him, to socialize him, which is great. So dogs are such cool, very cool animals, and their personalities are very different. I mean, the black lab is very he's a smart one out of the two. He just has a lot of sense. He when he when they call him, he comes. He they're just, but they're both very cool dogs. So yeah, it's neat seeing how animals are different personality. It's pretty neat. Tommy says, after getting our dogs, I have no tolerance for people who are cruel to animals. As a tabletop RPG player, I need to be Soy Boy and say, let's leave brutality to animal away from this game, okay? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a fan of being mean to animals. Um, but at the same time, I'm very pragmatic when it comes to animals. I mean, I don't consider animals to be people. Um, you know, so even though I love dogs, if a dog ran out in the street and I was driving my car, I probably would not swerve to avoid hitting it because the danger of me swerving to other people is a greater concern in my mind than the danger of hitting the dog. Is people over animals. So if I have to make a decision or split second decision between hitting a dog with my car and swerving and then possibly hurting a person, whether it's myself, my passengers, or someone else around the car, unfortunately the animal is probably gonna get hit. As much as I love dogs, I love people more, which sounds weird because I'm not really a people person, but I'm a human being. So humans are higher on the I guess the chain than animals are for me. Hmm. Tommy says true, true. Yeah, it's just you know, like I said, I love animals, but I have to keep things in perspective. You know, I don't love animals at the expense of other people. I guess that's my point of view. My point of view. My viewpoint. Hmm. 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 All right. All right. Let's try this. Tommy says, luckily, I most likely do not need ever to decide what which to take out from burning house. Our dogs are some rando. Would think that. Sorry, rando. uh, man. Yeah, I think at max I probably only get 2 dogs because, if there was a fire, I want to be able to keep track of them. If I had like 10 dogs, I'd have to worry about like, oh my gosh, we got 8 of them. Where's the other two? That's not a situation I want to be in. I want to keep things simple. In case of fire, keep things simple. Two is good. Yeah, because they keep each other company. You know. So even though I work at home, you know, so things are easier. All right. Actually, let me try this. That's better. That's better. That's better. Dagnabbit. Tommy says, I take our neighbor's dog out too, and 3 is for some reason exponentially harder. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I think when you get 3 or more, they start getting into the pack mentality, and it's like it's like it starts to be like herding cats. You need to keep dogs in leash. Yeah, of course. Yeah. I mean, it's unless you're like in a country somewhere, you should keep your dog on a leash. I mean, it's just to keep them safe. Because you don't want your dog or your neighbor's dog to go running out into traffic or something. Because dogs are you know they have minds of their own. They'll do things that for whatever reason they decide to do, and you have to keep them under control you know for their own safety as well as your own and other people's. You go chasing after a dog into the middle of the street. I mean, you got to worry about not only the dog getting hit but yourself. So leash your dogs, people. Leash your dogs when you have them out and about. That yeah, oh well. All right, let's see. Now EVS is awake again. When do people sleep? Well, I imagine EVS was sleeping when, in the middle of the night, when he should have been. Yeah, EVS is always. EVS has a lot of energy. I tend to think of him as being like President Trump, where they both have like endless amounts of energy. I don't have nearly that amount of stamina. Um, I've seen him do like live streams for. Did he? Was it him? I think it was Ethan. Ethan one time did a live stream that like he ran out the clock on YouTube's 8 hour limit for live streams. I mean, he was going on for forever, and it hit 8 hours. All of a sudden, the live stream ended because Ethan had hit that limit. He posted 5 hours ago on Twitter. Okay, well, um, some people don't need a lot of sleep. So, like me, I don't need that much sleep. I can function on 4 hours of sleep a night. Ideally, I get 6 hours of sleep a day. If I go over 6 hours, I get headaches. Um, so 6 hours for me is like the ideal amount of time I sleep. Some people need only 5 hours. Some people only need four. So it's just everyone's different. This is time limit for YouTube, says Evan Von Scriber. Yeah, well, yeah, for live streams, there's an 8 hour limit. If you live stream, if you try to live stream more than 8 hours, it'll cut you off. The live stream will just end at 8 hours. So, yeah, kind of have to keep that in mind. I mean, most people, don't have to keep it in mind because they don't talk that long, or live stream that long. But Ethan does sometimes, especially when he's trying to promote someone's book. I think he did it right when it was Doug TenNapel. Um, it was like the closing day of Bigfoot Bill, and he had Doug TenNapel on, and they were going on for 8 hours. And it was awesome because he I think they made like 40. I think Doug made $40,000 in sales over that 8 hour period. So it paid off, you know. Yeah, it was a long stream, Tommy. Yeah, Evan. Yeah, that's just for a single stream. One single stream. I mean, if he had gone like 6 hours for one stream and then closed it and then started another stream immediately for another 8 hours, for he could have done that. For essentially a 14-hour stream. It's just like one continuous stream for 8 hours. That's the limit on YouTube now. Rakita did 25-hour streams, which is posted in 13 pieces. Now it seems he must have taken some breaks. Yeah, that's I forget his first name. Is it Doug? Doug Rakita? I can't remember, but yeah, he's the lawyer on YouTube, the comic book lawyer, kind of. But yeah, yeah. I mean, you can't stream for 25 hours straight without taking breaks. So Eric Hawkins says, "Nice Doom, Rick Ricada." Thank you, Rick Nikada. Rick Ricada. Nick. No, it's Nick Ricada. Nick. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Evan. Oh, yeah. Nick Ricada. Eric. Yeah, thanks. I'm glad you like it. All right. Okay, that's the inking. Well, that's most of the inking. It's 99.9% done. I'm just gonna. The fun part is erasing all the pencil lines to see exactly what still needs to be done. Part of me doesn't want to erase the pencil lines because I don't know. I like penciling, and I think the pencil lines add character to it. But okay. Eric says I'm getting a Phantom of the Opera vibe from it. Yeah, yeah. I mean the whole. I always assumed that Doom's face was pretty messed up underneath the mask. I mean most people do. So it's gonna have when he removes the mask, it's gonna have be reminiscent of the Phantom, the classic launch. I don't think they've ever shown what Doom looks like other than that small scar he got when he when his experiment blew up in his face back in college. So that's who commissioned the artwork. So he looks like some sort of monster. I know of Charmed. Um, I know it's that show with. Are you talking about the new Charmed? Because I remade it. Um, from Star Wars. All right. Eric Hawkins says that would look totally sick colored. Yeah, yeah. At some point, maybe I'll color it. Um, all my drawings I scan in high res before I mail them off. So I have all these drawings and commissions I've done that I should go back and color. But coloring, I think I mentioned before, coloring is my least favorite part of illustration because I'm very picky about it, and so I stress over it instead of, and I find the most time consuming part of illustration. I think it's just because I pencils since I was a since I can hold a pencil, so I'm used to it, and it goes fairly quickly. I mean, probably not as fast as a lot of people do, but for me, it's fairly quick. Inking to me is harder because being able to mimic, not mimic, but what's the word I'm looking for? To to create textures to emulate metal, skin, clothing, cloth. That takes a certain amount of skill. You know, depict each one of those textures with pen and ink. It takes time and it takes skill, and I don't have it as much as I would like. So I need to keep developing it. But coloring is a whole nother animal. I mean that takes a lot of skill to color well, and I just need to put in the time to again to acquire it. I mean, people like Kyle Ritter. I mean, he does amazing work. Um, so just one more thing to learn. Um, because Doom was played by Julian Mc McCohen. McCa- I'm pronouncing his name terribly. Because Doom was played by Julian McMahon and Adam Driver. He wasn't played by Adam Driver. Um, Evan, are you talking about in Fan Four Stick, that terrible 2015 movie? He wasn't played by Adam Driver. He was played by some other guy. I can't remember his name. Tommy says, "What was your Twitter handle?" I noticed that wasn't Adam Driver. No, Evan. Tommy says, what was your Twitter handle? I noticed that I did not get notice there about the stream, and I might not be following you. My Twitter handle is, let me just type it in. Uh, my Twitter, wink, oops, wink, at oh, there it is, bingo, bam. That's my Twitter. Um, Evan says my joke is a failure. Then I'm sorry. Yeah, Adam Driver. What was his name? I can't remember his name. The guy who played Doom, and regardless, it was terrible. If you haven't seen Fan Four Stick, don't watch it, or watch it if you want. If you feel like wasting 2 hours of your time and wishing that you got that time back, then watch Fan Four Stick. It's a horrible, horrible Fantastic Four movie. I mean, I knew it was going to be bad when they made Johnny Storm black. I was just like, no, I'm not watching that. I'm not opponent of race swapping major characters in comic book movies. I mean, I have no patience for that sort of stuff. It's like either be faithful to the source material or make your own characters and you know make a movie based on them. Don't screw around with other people. Supergirl to me, the TV show is fine the first season, even though again Yeah, they turned Jimmy Olsen black, and they turned him into some huge guy who's bigger than Superman. I was just like, what the heck? This isn't. I mean, uh, I ignored that. I didn't ignore it, but I gave that a reluctant pass, and the first season wasn't that bad, but after the first season, Supergirl just turned into hot garbage, and I haven't watched it since I think I got 5 episodes into the second season. I was just like, nope, can't watch it. It's garbage, and it's sort of proved itself to be that over the next, you know, 3 seasons. Now it's just completely. It's not Toby Kebbell. Yeah, thank you, Evan. That's his name. Toby Kebbell, whatever. But yeah, he's a British actor. He's actually a very good British actor. He's a very good actor. But the script for Fantastic was terrible. Uh, they made they turned they Sue and Johnny Storm weren't weren't blood siblings anymore because they decided to hire what's his name, Michael B. Jordan was a good friend of the director, so he was the only person in the cast who didn't have to do a screen test. So he just gave him the role because he was his friend. So because he gave Michael B. Jordan the job to play Johnny Storm, um, they had to change the family dynamic of Sue Storm. They hired a blonde to play Sue Storm, and so they had to come up with some explanation about why they're still brother and sister. So they had Sue Storm be adopted. It was just don't make the movie. If you're gonna screw with the characters that much, don't make it. They hired Billy, the kid who played Billy Elliot. Um, in the movie Billy Elliot, they hired him to play the Thing, Ben Grimm. And Ben Grimm in the comic books is like this big football player. He's a huge guy. He's like, even before he becomes a Thing, he's like 6'2" or whatever. He's a linebacker. They hired this guy who was like 5'6" and like 100 pounds wet to play Ben Grimm, and it was just like, what? It made no sense at all. So they screwed up the casting big time with that movie. It was so bad. Um, let's see. Evan Baumschreiber says the one hero they need to cast as a black guy is Green Lantern, and not any black guy. It needs to be Leonard Roberts, not any Green Lantern John Stewart. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know Leonard Roberts. I have no idea. But the only heroes they need to cast as black guys are black heroes. I mean, don't reimagine, white heroes as black. Don't reimagine black heroes as white. I don't want to see, you know, Black Lightning played by Hal Jordan played by a black guy. If you want to make a Green Lantern black, then just make him John Stewart. Um, you know, just stick with the source material. Just don't screw it up. And again, try to use these movies or these TV shows as vehicles to push whatever weird personal agenda you may have. I mean, if you want to do that, then make your own films, with your own characters. Um, Tommy says, "Hope the Disney Fantastic Four will be good." I hope so too, but right now I have I have serious doubts at this point, just based on Captain Marvel. They completely screwed up with that movie. Again, they used it as a vehicle to push social agenda, social justice, whatever you want to call it. They completely rewrote her origin story. They gender swapped the original Captain Marvel, and made him into a woman for this movie. I've lost confidence in Marvel to the point where Endgame for me is the last Marvel movie I'm watching. I'm not watching the new Spider-Man movie because it seems to be following the same direction the first one did. And I didn't like the first one because they made Spider-Man basically a sidekick in his own movie, where he's following after you know Tony Stark, looking for his approval instead of just being his own man and doing things because of his innate sense of responsibility to use his powers responsibly that he got from his Uncle Ben. Instead of that, they ditched that and made his motivation Tony Stark and pleasing him instead. And to me, that's not Iron Man. That's not Spider-Man. That's Iron Man Jr. Yeah, thank you. It's Iron Man Jr., like Omega said. Um, Evan says, I stopped after Infinity War. um, well, Infinity War was good, but you should watch Endgame if you haven't seen it. It's a good movie. It's not as good as Infinity War, but it's a good movie. It's a good movie. To Tommy's point though, I'm worried about that they're going to follow suit with Fantastic Four, and they're going to screw that up too. I thought that if anyone, Marvel will be able to do Spider-Man better than Sony, and it's the exact opposite. The MCU Spider-Man is the least accurate Spider-Man I've seen in films, because he doesn't act like Spider-Man. He acts like a, I don't know. He doesn't have spider sense, at least in his own movies. He had spider sense in Civil War. He had spider sense in Infinity War, but in his own movie in Homecoming, he didn't have spider sense. It didn't make any, and it made no sense because he was getting waylaid and surprised and jumped every 5 minutes in his own room, and his spider sense doesn't tingle or warn him that there's someone else in the room. And if you watch, and the same thing with his Aunt May. His Aunt May surprises him while he's changing his clothes in his room. That makes no sense at all. It's the same thing. Europe, and he comes into his bedroom, and his spider sense doesn't warn him that Nick Fury is there with a weapon. It makes no sense at all. So for me, that's one of the biggest problems with the MCU Spider-Man. They basically castrate him and cripple his powers to put him in situations that Spider-Man wouldn't really be into in the comic books. I mean, it's just poor writing. It's bad, lazy writing. So yeah. So, and I'm worried that they're going to do the same thing with Fantastic Four. They're going to they've they've lost my confidence with between Captain Marvel and what they've done with Spider-Man. Marvel in general seems to be heading more towards what they're doing in the comic books in the last 7 years with the whole social justice nonsense than they are sticking to the formula that made the MCU successful in the first place, which is sticking to their classic comics and being faithful to them. So I don't know. That's my view anyway. Eric Hawkins says, "Oh wait, Tommy says, reading EVS Green Lanterns, the John Stewart architect creations are majestic. Hope they do Green Lantern Corps movie with different lanterns. Yeah, that'd be cool. I would love that. That'd be a lot of fun." Eric Hawkins says, "I remember when comics were fun. Maybe a little political commentary, but not so in your face, telling you what to think. I miss the good old days." Yeah, same with me. You know, they say comics have always been political. And in a sense, they've had politics in them, but they weren't. They either had better writers or they weren't as heavy-handed in their political lecturing. I mean, the only one I can really think of, outside of the golden age of comics during World War II, is the Denny O'Neil Green Lantern books and the Captain America books when he right before he became a Nomad during the Nixon era. But even that was it wasn't that heavy. but since I would say since 2011, Marvel has gone really, really, really heavy on political, on turning their characters political, and using their characters as a vehicle to push the political and social views of the writers, and it's turned off just a lot of fans, uh, including me. I stopped buying Marvel because I'm not going to pay money for that. That's not why I buy comics. I buy comics for escapism. I don't buy comics to to see or read, you know, the political views of the writers, and have them disparage views that you know, I might hold, and I'm just not going to pay money for that. So, and Marvel, just based on the social media sort of comments that the writers and artists have made, they, I don't see them changing anytime soon. They're extremely hostile to anyone who disagrees with them, in terms of politics and social views, and that's the polar opposite of what I've seen from Comicscape, who are they're extremely open to talking to people, and willing to listen to people, and they're very customer friendly, unlike Marvel has been over the last decade. That's a shame. Da, 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 da. Eric Hawkins says, "Wow, I don't know what I wrote there." Okay, he's not so bold in your face. Evan Von Scriber says, "New Spider-Man is trash, but at least it's better than Andrew Garfield for now." I I don't know about that. I I actually liked, to my mind, was the best portrayal of Spider-Man, not so much Peter Parker, but Spider-Man, that I've seen in movies so far. The costume was spot on. The special effects, the action was completely Spider-Man. I mean, the sense of humor was there as Spider-Man. Stark making his equipment for him. He didn't have talking suits or these big, that iron Spider-Man suit, like doing half of his fighting for him. I don't like that. That's, to me, that's not Spider-Man. That's Tony Stark. Tommy says, on Homecoming, Vulture was perfect. Yes, that was the one saving grace of Spider-Man Homecoming. The Vulture, the way they portrayed the Vulture was fantastic, and I wish they were as faithful. Well, they weren't faithful to the comic book Vulture, in Homecoming, but that's a good thing because the comic book Vulture was kind of goofy. He's an old man with like a big old like fur whatever he had around his neck. I mean, they did a great job adapting it. It was a great adaptation of the Vulture in Homecoming, and that was easily the best part of that movie. Michael Keaton did a phenomenal job as the Vulture, so I definitely agree with you with that. On the political side, I've been saying that me being Finn, I was so lefty that it would have made your commies blush. That was before the rise of identity politics. Now, damn. Evan Von Scriber says, I prefer Toby. Well, I prefer Toby as Peter Parker. That's the thing. It's like I think that Toby Maguire has been the best Peter Parker out of all of them. I think um, that Andrew Garfield has been the best Spider-Man out of all of them by far, because he's gotten, again, I'm talking about his portrayal in Spider-Man 2, Amazing Spider-Man 2. The costume, dead on from the comics, perfect. The humor and the sort of the snappy patter, was dead on for Spider-Man in Amazing Spider-Man 2. If they could merge Tobey Maguire's Peter Parker with Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man from Amazing Spider-Man 2 into one character in one movie, that would be perfect. That would be the perfect Spider-Man movie, and I would pay money to watch it. Tommy says, I do not like Iron Spidey either. Hope that the extra metal arms are not big on Far Away Home movie. Yeah, I hope so too. again, I'm not going to watch it, so I'm sure. I mean, I'm not going to go to the theater to pay to watch it. So you know, I hope so. I mean, they seem to be incorporating a lot of stuff. They seem to have the noir suit from Spider-Man Noir, even though it's not the same character, but he's wearing a version of it when he's going undercover for Nick Fury. So I don't know. We'll see. I don't know how much. I don't know how much because in a lot of the shots he's wearing his standard Spider-Man suit, the original one that Tony Stark made for him. So I'm guessing that he's gonna ditch the Iron Spider suit, or at least leave it in the United States when he goes on his trip, and he just takes his normal suit with him. I guess. I don't know. We'll see. We shall find out. The question is, are they going to screw up Green Goblin again? Who knows? I don't know. I don't even know if they're going to bring him in with the MCU, because they've used him. They've already used him twice in the movies. So at least previous movies. Or at least introduced him. They had him in the original Spider-Man, but then they introduced him in. Well, no, they did have him. They had Harry Osborn's version in Amazing Spider-Man 2. I forgot. So, hey, Trusty Sidekick, how you doing? Top of the morning to you. Tommy says, I skipped Captain Mary Sue. I am hopeful for Spidey. We'll skip Riri Iron Man. Hopeful for about Eternals. We will see. Yeah, I'm not hopeful for Eternals just based on a lot of the stuff they've already talked about. They've already mentioned about it. I'm not gonna watch that. And I love Eternals. I mean, that was one of my favorite comic books as a kid. Yeah, no, I'm not. Again, I'm not gonna waste my money on that stuff. Yeah, and I skipped Captain Marvel as well. Not worth your time or money. I'm trying to think about this here. The background. I know what to do. I know what to do. I was going to try to put some sort of detail or something. Or, yeah, no. I know. I'm going to put a word balloon. It's going to say Kick Nasser. For Eternals, I read it will have Icarus and Circe. So if the trailer is passable, I will watch it. Okay, cool. I don't know when it's scheduled to be to come out. So I don't. I mean, have they even hired? I don't. Again, I don't know what stage they're at. If they're just in the planning stage, if they've written it or what. I have no idea when they're going to start filming, or if they've even hired anyone to play these characters. So I do not know. Evan Scribus says someone posted a picture of a black kid in a Spider-Man suit on Twitter, and the comments were all about Miles Morales. Why can't he be Peter Parker? Are you talking about a fan, like a cosplay? I think it just depends on the costume. If it's Peter Parker's is a cosplayer, and he's in Peter Parker's costume, then it's supposed to be Peter Parker, isn't he? So, or Peter Parker Spider-Man rather. But if you're talking about hiring a black kid to play Peter Parker in a movie, I would say no. Peter Parker's not black, so it's like hiring a white kid to play Miles Morales. Miles Morales isn't white, so why would you do that? Let's see, where's my pen? Evan Von Scribe says, I don't know. The kid just wanted to wear a Spider-Man suit. I don't know enough about comics to say which it was. Okay, yeah. Well, they have different suits. So Spider-Man has just a stand. It's hard to describe. Miles Morales' suit is black with I think like red highlights on it, and Spider-Man's is red with black or blue highlights on it. So maybe that's the difference. Unless it's easier to point out if I have a picture, but I don't have any pictures of I don't think. No, I don't have any Miles Morales' books because I'm not. You know what? I've never outside of the Into the Spider-Verse movie. I'm not really a fan of Miles Morales. I don't like the idea of anyone else other than Peter Parker being Spider-Man. But Into the Spider-Verse really changed my view of Miles. At least that version of him in that movie I found extremely likable. Every other version of Miles I've seen, I didn't really like. So I think it just depends on how he's written. They're hard to distinguish if you don't have them side by side. Well, I mean, especially without the mask. Well, I mean, it's kind of, I don't find it that hard. It's just that Miles' costume is mostly black, and the webbing is isn't the webbing on his suit red? And then where it's sort of the reverse with Peter. Peter's suit is red, and the webbing is black. At least I think so. I think that's what Miles' suit looks like. Oh yeah, Peter has dozens of suits. Yeah, I'm talking about his standard suit, not like his PS4 suit. I played that game about a month ago for the first time. It's a cool game, but he had like 5 gazillion suits in that game. So yeah, but yeah, Peter's standard suit, the one he's worn for like 95% of his career in comics. He's worn that standard red suit and then this black suit. He seemed pretty good in the PS4 game. Yeah, he was okay. I didn't really like him. Yeah. But I really liked him in Into the Spider-Verse. I don't know what it was. I think what I liked about him in Spider-Verse and that I did not like about him in the video game was that in the video game he was pretty much a Mary Sue. Everything he tried to do he got right. He succeeded in. And how old was he? 15 years old. And he's like punching out like escaped criminals from like a high security prison. I'm just like, what? It made no. What? You gotta be kidding me. So and then he gets bit by the spider, and then he gets these superpowers and stuff, and I don't know. I didn't like him that much. Into the Spider-Verse, I thought was it made him much more relatable. I mean, he's a kid who he comes from a good family, and his mother and father, are supporting him and stuff. But he's a screw up. He's a dope a lot of times. He does things that teenagers do. He makes dumb mistakes. He's clumsy. He's awkward. And you can relate to that. It's the same thing with Peter Parker. Back when he was originally written, he's constantly screwing up. And I think that's why people love Spider-Man because he's somewhat. We all screw up, and so when we see characters who also screw up, but who despite that, sort of rise above it and triumph. We like that. We admire that in our heroes. I mean, I think that's why like characters like Naruto are so popular because again he's a screw up. No one likes him in his entire village, and then he has to prove himself. Over the course of years, and screwing up the whole time, that he's able to to he's worthy of being a part of the group, and of admiration, and eventually becoming the leader of the village. Um, I like characters like that, characters that have some sort of arc where they go from sort of like average person to like to superhero or whatever. But where it's not just like an easy fix where they're just like boom, I have superpowers and now everything I do is great, or everything I do is great and then I get superpowers. I don't find characters like that interesting or appealing. I like I don't, doesn't matter. So um, Evan Von Scriber says maybe I liked him because his father was so good. Yeah, his father was cool in the video game. I liked his father a lot. Um, But yeah, having a cool father in a video game does not instantly make me like you as a character in the video game. So I liked his dad. He himself, the character, the way they portrayed him in the video game, I didn't like as much as his father. Um, oh, Tommy says Spider-Man had three major suits: standard, black, and Iron Spidey. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I just don't consider Iron Spider-Man to be a major suit of his. He had it for a short time during Civil War, but then once he and Iron Man fell out, he dumped it. So you know. Tommy says I like Spider Verse, and the joy Miles had when he jumped was great to see. Miles is somewhat boring in comics. The animated version was exciting and energized, and the dab was awesome. Yep, I agree with all those things. I mean, it completely changed my mind about Miles Morales. But again, it's the way they portrayed him in that movie. If they were able to carry that character over into the comics, I, and the same, I would read them. I would like it. But again, I think it's unique to that movie. I don't think like you. I find him boring in the comics. I don't find him interesting. So I've never he's never appealed to me. Sorry, Miles. Need better writers. If Marvel's writers spend as much time and effort on writing comics as they do writing stupidness on Twitter, Marvel's quality of Marvel's books would increase exponentially. Yeah, yeah, they need new editorial staff as well. Tommy, the editorial staff is. Let me try this. There's a. Doom shall kick Nasser would sound more Victor, in my opinion. Yeah, probably, but it's too late. Should have said something earlier. I just love the way Doom's. I don't know if there are other baddies that do that all the time. Um, does Loki do that in the comics? I know the characters that are more Shakespearean or given that more Shakespearean form of speaking by Stan Lee tend to do that. Like Thor does it sometimes. I'm trying to think if Loki does it. Odin does it. I mean, I think most of the Asgardian characters do that sort of stuff. Um, but I'm trying to think of other villains. Loki, maybe some of the characters from Doctor Strange, some of the villains in that. I think it just depends on how you know the voice they've been given by Stan Lee. I'm trying to think of any characters other than Stan Lee's characters that would do that. Oh, I think Mephisto does that as well. The sort of the devil character in Marvel. Yeah, Surtur. Yeah, Surtur does it. Probably does it as well. But I believe Mephisto does it as well too. Because I think in in John Byrne's Fantastic Four, when he has him prisoner, he refers to himself in the third person. I'm not sure if he did that in the Silver Surfer books with John Buscema, but he could have. Old Thor comics were so darn cool. Yeah, they were. I I like the old Thor comics. Did not I could not get into the Tales of Asgard um, sort of backstories in his comic books. I have like reprints of the original Thor comics, or a lot of them anyway. Um, and even though I love reading the Thor comics, the Tales of Asgard that dealt with Thor when he was younger, or sort of like the history of Asgard, I just found boring. Um, I never, I don't know. I have a real short, short attention span when it comes to sort of peripheral um, stories about characters that I do have interest in. If I don't find the stories around those characters interesting, I tend to nope out. I'm like, I just won't read it. So, yeah. But the original Thor stories are really cool. I would love to be able to buy original ones at some point. So, yep. I have the essentials for Thor, Fantastic Four, Doctor Strange, but yes, the Tales of Asgard were a bit meh. Yeah, that's what I have. I have the essential um, volumes of those. Do I have Doctor Strange? I don't think so, actually. I have a lot of them, though. I mean, I have like Spider-Man, X-Men, um, Luke Cage, Iron Fist, Tomb of Dracula. I have a bunch of them. But I mean, I wish they would bring those back because they were a great, cheap way to be able to read all those original stories. And I love that. I mean, there's so many great comic books that Marvel could. Dang it! I erased a part that wasn't completely dry, and it smeared a little. So many great stories in Marvel's archives in their comics that they could make live action versions from, but they just, you know, they don't do it. Okay, is this done? Is this done? I'm not sure. How long have I been streaming? I've been streaming for about almost 5 hours. That's pretty good time. Let's see. Well, I wish they made they need a. I wish they made an essentials book for the Invaders or the Eternals. That would have been cool too. I would have bought that in a second. Um, hmm. Is there an essential for Daredevil? There might be. I don't know. I don't have one. So, hold on. Yeah, I don't know. They should. I mean, I'd be surprised if they didn't make one. But I would check Amazon or eBay to see, or just actually just Wikipedia probably has an entry for the Essential series, and it probably lists all the various books and characters that they made Essential books for. But I would be surprised if they didn't do Daredevil, because Daredevil has some pretty iconic stories. And he's a fairly well-known character. Who wins in a fight? Evan Von Scriber says, Batman or Spider-Man? Spider-Man wins easily. I mean, Spider-Man has just his spider sense alone would keep him from. Spider-Man is faster, stronger, has far better reflexes, and Batman, and he has genuine superpowers, and his spider sense alone would protect him from anything Batman throws at him. Batman tries to throw a smoke bomb at him, and Spider-Man's going to sense it coming and throw it right back in his face. Spider-Man, no problem, and also Spider-Man's a genius. Batman's a genius too, but he doesn't have powers, and what's he going to do? Spider-Man whips his feet to the ground, then beats him to a pulp. What's Batman going to do? Nothing. Tommy says Daredevil has had some of the best story. Yeah. Daredevil has had fantastic storylines, and I loved his Netflix show. That Netflix show was so good. I wish that the other ones were as high quality as Daredevil was. Evan says, and why are they fighting? Same reason any superhero fights another superhero, misunderstanding. That's the way it always is. It's like, oh, I thought you were a villain. I thought you were a villain. Hey, let's be buddies. Yeah. So. Your Spider-Man is so violent, says Evan Von Scriver. Well, he's not violent. He's just not a pushover like Tom Holland Spider-Man. He doesn't take any guff. He takes enough guff as Peter Parker. He doesn't need to be pushed around as Spider-Man. He doesn't need some rich boy from Gotham coming over and telling him what to do. I ain't your butler. You want to boss someone around, you go call Alfred. I'm Spider-Man. I'm Spider-Man. I don't think Spider-Man talks like that, but he should. He should. Is it raining again? Hold on. Oh, someone's getting towed. Who the heck's getting towed? And why? I guess. Huh. That's weird. Someone's getting towed outside my window, and they're in a guest spot, so I don't know why they're getting towed. I don't like tow work. I don't like I've been towed too many times to like tow trucks. I'm not a fan. Daredevil Netflix series was amazing. I liked Jessica Jones 1 a lot too. The second series I stopped watching. Second series, what happened to? Oh yeah. Luke Cage was cool at the start, but the latter half was boring as hell. Iron Fist, meh. Says Tommy. Yeah, I love Daredevil. That was fantastic. All the other ones, they were Jessica Jones. The first season was okay, but the the problem I had with it was the same problem I have with all the Netflix superhero shows. They're all too long, and they're stuffed with filler. Um, they're each one of them. You could easily cut out 3 episodes of each one of the Netflix Marvel shows, except for Daredevil, which I love. You could cut out 3 episodes and it would be much tighter and much better shows for it. All of them. Jessica Jones, they had that whole stupid subplot with in the first season with her upstairs neighbors, the brother and sister who were kind of incestuous. They were just weird. The weird, creepy brother and sister living upstairs. They kept on going back to them and having subplots about them. It's like who the heck cares? What point do they serve in the storyline? The main storyline deals with Jessica and her trauma with the Purple Man. Focus on that. I don't want to hear any side stories about some creepy upstairs neighbors of hers who may or may not be sleeping together and their brother and sister. It's just nonsense. And all the Netflix shows had that same problem. They would go on these weird side stories that had nothing to do with the main storyline. I mean, Luke Cage, the first 3 episodes of Luke Cage were basically one long like Black History Month special. It's like they were trying. It was like someone picked up a history book, picked every name, the name of every black person in American history, and inserted it inside the first 3 episodes of Luke Cage, the first season. And I was just like, I almost stopped watching Luke Cage by the 3rd episode because I was getting so sick of it. It's like I want to see Luke Cage get shot at and bullets bounce off his head. That's all I want to see. I don't care about Luke Cage's opinions about Nate Turner or or whoever else in Black history they dug up, or Harriet Tubman. I don't care. It's like, it's fine that you guys know that stuff, but we already know Luke Cage is black. You don't have to, put us through, Black History 101, in order to enjoy this show. And it was just annoying. And they did the same thing with Iron Fist. They did the same thing with what was the other one? Oh no, I guess there are only 4. It's Luke Cage, Iron Fist, and Jessica Jones, and Daredevil. Yeah, but with all of them, they were all just 3 episodes too long, and it to my mind, it killed their shows. It kept their shows from being as enjoyable as they could have been, and it's a shame. But yeah, let's see. Evan Von Scriber says animated series Batman is undefeatable. Yes, that was a fantastic show. Love that show. Oh, so good. Let's see. Tommy says I must be a Daredevil fanboy because I did not notice any filler. Even the blood clot and nose thing felt good enough character beat. Yeah, I mean, Daredevil did the best. I mean, like I said, I mean, I didn't. If it had filler, I didn't mind it because I think it added to the main storyline, or it was in line with the main storyline with Daredevil. With the other ones, with the other series, it just stood out as filler, is unnecessary nonsense. With Luke Cage, the second season. Was this second season? Yeah. I mean, the whole first 3 episodes of Luke Cage's second season dealt with what's her name? Claire, his girlfriend, and her nagging him incessantly about his father. It's like, what? I don't care. Quit bugging the man about his father. He doesn't like his father. His father treated him like dirt when he was a kid. So mind your own business. But they just kept on harping on that same stupid plot line, subplot, and it added nothing to the main story. And thankfully, I think it wasn't until the end of the fourth episode that they finally decided to drop it. They ditched Claire for the rest of the season, and they just focused on the villain finally. And then finally, the season got good. But again, they wasted 3 or 4 episodes getting to that point for no reason. It was stupid. Evan says, all of Hollywood has that problem. They need to adhere to the principle of Chekhov's gun. If it's not part of the story, get rid of it. Yep, I agree. Tommy says that the music in Luke Cage was cool and the color filter was really nice, but it got boring. Yeah, the music in Luke Cage was fine. Well, sometimes. I mean, a lot of times sometimes they put in like rap music and stuff where, again, it just kind of stood out. It didn't fit the scene, and it took me out of the story. Some of the music was fine. Some of it was obnoxious to me, but yeah, it was okay. It was good. Tommy says Defenders and Punisher. Defenders was the worst as Evan. Tommy says Defenders was unnecessary. I didn't mind Defenders that much. It gave me a chance to see some of these characters that I liked more. Yeah, you got to see more Daredevil, so I was happy with that. But it's probably unnecessary. You didn't need to have it, but it was cool seeing all the Netflix characters getting together for to fight evil. Blah blah blah. It's cool. It was neat. Okay, I think this drawing is done. Bam, kick Nasser. Hopefully he likes it. I will sign it. I have to figure out where to sign it. That's always the tricky part. Where do I sign this? I'll sign it here, I think. Why? Because I don't want to sign it in a... I'll sign it here, yeah. There we go. Can you see that? Right there. I tilt it. Robinson, right there. And that, I'm gonna wipe that out, because that's annoying me. Got a little smear on the. Ooh, secret signature. By the way, the connection got better. Okay, well, good. I'm glad. I got so many pens. I clean out my pens one of these days and ditch the ones that are bad. So, anyway, here it is. Victor Von Doom, Dr. Doom, Dr. Doom, for NASA Robody. Bam. There you go. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Hope you guys enjoyed watching me and hearing me rant about various things. If you get me going on something, I'll rant a little. I try to control myself, but sometimes I rant. But anyway, thank you everyone. Thank you Tommy and Evan and everyone else who stopped by, stuck around, and has interacted with me over the past several hours. I appreciate it. Yeah, Tommy, he's one of the greatest villains of all time. Very cool character. I honestly think that George Lucas stole a lot of Darth Vader from him. So, yeah, thank you again for stopping by and watching this live stream. Oh, my pleasure. Thanks for entertaining us, says Evan. I'm glad I was entertaining. Usually I just entertain myself. So, but if you haven't already, please hit the like button and subscribe if you're watching this after the fact, and hit the bell for notifications. And I will be doing more live streams, coming up. Not sure if I'm going to do any today. I might, I may not. I'm not sure. But just keep watching, and I'll be posting more videos fairly soon. So anyway, you guys have a great day. Take care, and all the best. Thanks. Bye. Aloha.